Hello, everyone. Happy Sunday. And Ori and Velocity, who are on screen now, they're not new. I've had them for a while. Well, they're not new for me. I've had the plushies for a little while, but this is not the first week. I think this is the second week I've had them, either second or third, that I've had them as part of the couch crew. They don't actually correspond to any game that I've played on the channel, though I wouldn't be opposed to playing the Ori games at some point. I've played them before, but they're fun. Certainly worth seeing. And Velocity is the mascot of Games Done Quick, so I added them while that marathon was active. And Ori is definitely a game that you see on their marathons. For those who are inclined to speedrun, it's definitely a good one. They had a really dramatic race a few years ago. I have some more to add, but I need to get around to staging them. I do have a little plastic model of Shadow around, but I don't have a plushie. But I hope everyone's having a good weekend. The big community Slipstream Triton run went really well yesterday. We had like 50-something people, I think. And with that many people, you can just kind of stomp the place. Once you get the right text lined up, it just runs as smoothly as any other thing. And I took a few of us to Proteus afterwards. Not too many, because I think most people were pretty done with Slipstream by the end of multiple hours of Triton, but it was a good time. So let's see. Let's go ahead and fire up the game. There we go. And let's get out and look around. Okay, I guess we're just kind of sitting here at the aluminum station for now, which is, to be fair, where most everything interesting is happening. So here we have our radio control units, and that's the most advanced thing that we're making at the moment. The big challenge for this is that thus far, we haven't had a good way to get computers over here, or crystal oscillators, except by just bringing them manually. We don't even have any way that we're feeding the crystal oscillators in any kind of automated way. I put a box there for computers just because I was carrying more than 50 at once. But that, honestly, at this point, this can probably go away. Oh. Somehow I have to remember it's C to crouch and therefore land. And those radio control units are all going into this box. I don't have anything else that I'm doing with them at the moment, though we're about to need them for things, including our drones, I think. Or maybe... No, they're not in my list, so they must be for something else. I put the drone port over here, but I haven't actually connected it up to anything yet, and part of that is because I actually need to think rather carefully about where it's going. One of the tricky things about a drone port, which is a good thing, but the tricky thing is that it has both incoming and outgoing inventories. So, unlike the truck stations, we're going to have stuff coming into this, we're going to have stuff coming out of it. Like with the truck stations, we're going to want to be able to sort what comes out of it, so we're going to need splitters and buffer containers and everything. And we can do some of that in the basement. Plus there's a fuel port. Now I'm going to set up fuel back at our main base rather than here. Because as with the trucks, you really only need to make sure that fuel is coming in at one point along the path. But we need to plan on having all that extra infrastructure near the drone port, so I might not actually keep it here. I might move it aside a little bit. But now that it's getting light again, it's a good time to actually do that. Aluminum is all proceeding as one would hope. A lot of these casings, this is full, but the casings are all just going into here. So we just make 32 more casings every time we make a radio control unit and it opens up. This is no longer necessary. I guess I had some spare scrap. And now that that's been dealt with, it can go away. So this, I'm just going to expand like the rubber and plastic setup if I need more aluminum, which I may at some point, but not just now. For right now, I'd like it to get a little lighter. Kind of like to build out in this direction. Or maybe even put the drone port at the top of this rock. That'd be kind of nice. Cue the sun, yes, if only it were that easy. I also know there's some radioactive material around here, which we need to account for. And yes, that looks radioactive. That's radioactive. Oh my goodness. And we've had that right on top of us this entire time. That's not good at all. I need to be more maneuverable. This has got to be close enough to machines that it won't come back if I kill it. And yet it's smart enough to hide itself. All right, you monster. This was quite a way to start things, wasn't it? You're a big one. I do not want to tangle with you directly. Where's my explorer? My gosh, that has been there this entire time. Dude, where's my car? Explorer, it's over here. Did I leave it all the way over here? Yes, I did. All right. You come back with me in case I need a safe spot. It was sitting there the entire time. All right, you monster. Where are you? Don't tell me you've despawned because it's daytime now. Is it too high up to be affected by my machines? Even if it does despawn. Or even if I do kill it. Oh, this is ridiculous. Well, on the plus side, putting a drone port right up there and powering it would definitely be enough to keep it away, so. I guess we were looking down this whole time. Yeah, definitely. Alright. Let's do some foolishness. A beanstalk. And all the way up to the sky, too. There are some stingers that seem to only come out during nighttime, so maybe it really did go away as soon as we looked away in daytime. There are some other critters up here. And radioactive material. Hope none of y'all are afraid of heights. This is pretty cool, though. There's a whole separate layer up here. There's a bunch of critters up here. And a Mercer sphere? Okay, there's a lot going on. Okay. Well, let's take advantage of the fact that we're about to build here. Can I? Yeah. Let's start by putting this here. Or better yet, by putting this here. And there's a hard drive over there too. Okay. Well. And I'm out of ammo anyway. Alright, let's save this for a little later then. But we definitely got to deal with that. And in fact, we need to deal with that before we can do much with drones. So let's go set up what we want to do with drones at our other place. And because that's where we're getting the parts for it anyway. And we'll come back here later. Some ramp there. That's the hard drive that we just got. I think this is a smoother way down. Don't want to hurt you. Whee! Now we're going to need a little bit more fuel to get shipped over in order to support our drones. Seems like a decent amount being made there, so I guess I'll leave it for now. We know that just building 4 batteries is sufficient to keep a Stinger from respawning, even if it's a big one, so. That's all right. I'm gonna park this up here. How's this doing? We've got more fuel over here than we need still, but I think we're gradually using it up, probably. So we'll introduce the drones kind of over there, since that's where the advanced manufacturing is happening. Let's grab some more crystal oscillators. We still need a few more. And let's see if we can get our heavy modular frames. Still need a few more of those too. what's down here? This is where the assembly director systems are being made. They don't need to go anywhere because they're already getting sent straight into the space elevator. So I'm going to build this out just a little more, and we'll put a drone port over here. I'm not sure exactly how big it needs to be. I want to leave myself room for sorting and all that other stuff. Drone port's kind of big. Okay, there's the port. And over here, for incoming stuff, we want crystal oscillators. And we can store crystal oscillators as well, but let's not do that just yet. Let's put... merger here. Actually, let's put that there. Now this is going to need fuel. Which means we need to take it from over here. Which means let's put a splitter here. Actually, I'd kind of prefer the splitter line up with other things. Because now... that there. We can line this up with this wall. It seems to connect, maybe. Let's try. No, I want a wall mount. Let's put it here. Here. Oh, that's not quite connecting. That's not the right elevation. This needs to be a little higher. Maybe even here. Aha, that works. That's lined up here. In fact, break this off. Redo this a bit. And now we can add that to the stack. But we'll pull it off in a different direction once it gets over here. There's no reason it needs to be so fast at this point. But let's bring the fuel in through the basement. That has its direction forced. Okay, so now if we head up here, we should see... Nothing's coming in because it has no power yet. Okay. There it goes. Now it's got outgoing stuff, and it's got fuel. I'm going to bring these in. We've got enough oscillators now. And I also want computers to get sent over here. Computers are being made and stored all the way over here. We've also got computers getting sent over here to make supercomputers. Plus, we want to ship some out. So... Oh dear, I've gone and set something the wrong way. Logistics, I want the splitter to be on 7. I feel like we're going to want more of these. And now... we can also send computers in with the drone. Do we have more heavy modular frames? Let's go get them. Oh, you know what I should also do? While this other stuff is happening. This seems okay. We're still offloading all of our extra wire. Now this isn't really useful anymore because we have other places we're making quartz crystal. We can do something else with that sometime. Definitely gonna come back for more ammo. Do I have... Yes, I have iron rods on me. Oh, and speaking of items that I should pull out of hammer space, probably got cable as well. Yes. We'll let that build up. Put another stack in. Okay, now I just need my cable to get replenished. But I don't actually have to wait for that because I can just steal it from here. Now if we come over here, we've got fuel, we've got oscillators, we've got computers. All we need is a drone. What do you mean invalid? Okay, there. Now we have to build a drone on a drone port. This drone now belongs to this drone port. It considers this one its home. The drone status is loading. It's already picked up what it needs to take, but it doesn't have any destination set, so it won't go anywhere. We still need to set up the destination. So we'll go do that. There's our truck. How's our fuel supply doing now that that's just come by? We've offloaded a lot. We just need to make sure we're at a nice equilibrium. Let's go grab some more ammo. We'll just carry extra with us. I'm carrying a lot of AI limiters I don't really need. You know what? Let's do a little house cleaning. I don't need rock quartz. Let's set this up to make alien protein. I think it can do that. Yes. Hog protein. There you go. Throw some of this in too. Okay, we've got ammunition. Let's go back to where our sulfur and explosive stuff is, and let's make some more nobelisks if we can. Because that would be a nice thing to have for whatever we're doing. Here's our screws, which are still being made and used at a ridiculous rate. Let's make sure I don't bonk into my tractor at any point. Sulfur is over by the coal, as I recall. Let's just leave that over here. I think, you know, a chainsaw is probably going to be useful soon. But, oh, I need coal to make gas filters, but guess what? We have coal right here. Slight hiccup. Worth noting. Okay, let's make a bunch of these. And a good number of these as well, because we're clearly needing them for the radioactive stuff we're getting into. And yes, we absolutely could automate that stuff. While we're here, let's set up a crafting bench. Is this still where obelisks? Oh, interesting. I must not have set up storage for pipes. I have something around to make black powder. Yes. More obelisks. Oh, I do have them in hammer space. Excellent. Okay, that should be enough of that for now. While I'm here, this is a source of sulfur. Compacted coal is made with, I think, coal and sulfur, both of which are here. Might need a machine to do it. Petroleum coke. Compacted coal. Produced an assembler. Oh, I need an assembler for that. Well. Off you go, then. Let's just have you make that for a while. Let's do some research. How much do I need? 15. That's not many. I have a hard drive, and we can finally stop carrying that around. Yes, let's pound really hard on that gunpowder. So compacted coal, you can burn it in coal plants and it takes longer to burn through the same amount. If we were using a lot of coal plants still, it might be worth making use of, but I think it's more useful for the turbo fuel, which is a more potent form of fuel.
Turbofuel unlocked. This upgrade to regular fuel is optimal for fuel-powered generators, jetpacks, and fulfilling long-distance trucker fantasies.
What she said. Alright, well, we'll need actual turbo fuel for a lot of that. Oh, she wants power shards for some research. Alright, well, good to know. Nice that I haven't been chucking them into other things in huge quantities. Alright, but I think we're pretty well set up now for what we want to do. Drone port, Mexico City? No. I'm gonna rename it before we leave. Oop. Hi, tractor. No, this is the electronic zone. And the tractor's out of our way now, so we'll just take its path. Be cognizant of the truck. It seems to be over at the fuel area. In fact, I'm gonna take some more fuel as well. This will be okay. I really ought to make signposts for myself. We can gather that slug later. All right. We'll deal with that in a little bit. Actually, we'll deal with it right now because that's where I want to actually build the thing. Okay, so jetpack for maximum maneuverability and not being tied to our stuff. Got plenty of ammo. There's you. There's a Mercer sphere. There's some radioactive hogs. There's some other radioactive hogs over there. I don't see the stinger though. Maybe it only comes out at night. Let's plan on putting the drone port up here, because this looks like a nice flat building surface. That said, this is a dark and closed space. There could be anything inside here. There's a Mercer sphere. There's also some copper up there. I guess this could be a shortcut somewhere if we needed it to be.
Witness a single strand of the tapestry.
This is a direction I haven't gone in yet. Good to know. Anyone up here? There's a purple slug over there. There's sand ore over here. It's totally sand ore. Which is fitting, given that this is a difficult and interesting place to get to. But wow. Oh, radiation. There's also something radioactive near it. Sand ore isn't radioactive by itself. Alright, well we don't need that just now. But let's see what kind of purity it is. Impure. Pure over there. We've got some other over there. All right, well that's good to know. Yeah, let's put the drone port all the way up here just because we can. And because it might help discourage things from respawning, which means... Can I see my existing one from here? I want to dismantle it. Gonna have to go back this way. It's all hidden in the trees. Drone port. Okay, let's put it up here. We'll have to run a vertical belt and power all the way down, but I think it'll be fun. And it'll certainly give us lots of vertical space for sorting. So, drone port. We'll just... Let's give it a proper foundation, and let's... Oh, look at that. You can even see the shadow of my actual body there. It's not just a drop shadow. Let's extend the grid up. For that, we want walls. Ah! I know what that is. You're crawling on my machines. There, now go away. But I don't know where you've actually gone. This is why I'm gonna build a powered building on your rock. Alright, so clearly you were still up there that whole time. I have no visibility here. Where are you? Just more creatures off that way. I hear noises. Don't think it will have gone back to its original spawn point. Maybe it will if I go away. And it's dark now. Well, this has turned into a horror film. Darn thing's probably stuck on some piece of geometry somewhere. I don't have enough motors on me to build another Explorer just to hide in. I can build a tractor, though. There you are. This is cheesy as heck, and I don't care. Now, the tricky thing is I can't actually move this tractor because I never put any fuel in, and now it knows exactly where I am, and... You're not giving up, are you? You've kind of got a sort of vaguely circular patrol path, even though you stop when you bonk into things. I'm right here, and there's nothing you can... Well, alright, there's a little bit you can do about it. Gonna have to heal. Right, this is a gas spitter. It also uses poison attacks. Hence the cloud over there. And hence it being green. Okay, I know it's up there. There you are. Don't think I'm able to hit you through the floor, though. Seem to have hoisted myself on my own tractor. Because it's stuck on it somehow. Ah, that hit. It made a noise. I think it tried to jump, but not successfully. That was another successful hit. I think it's trying to move and it's caught on things. As long as you're stuck. Can I take advantage of an arc to get things up closer to you? Not really. And now I'm stuck. But I think this is more stuck. Sometimes I'm hitting it. Can't get it through the floor. Now it's dead. And it left its remains right underneath my basement ceiling. Oh, good grief. Well, that was cheesy. I'm sure my favorite echidna would call it dishonorable, but it's gone. And if we build some nice, loud infrastructure right on top of its spawn point, it shouldn't come back. Now, where were we? I was extending the grid up this way. Because if I'm going to be building permanent structures all in one area, I kind of want them all built on the same grid. It's so much nicer that way. Not that they have to be contiguous. I just have to plan for the possibility that they might be someday. That would be a radioactive hog. Which also seems wedged in the geometry somehow. Because I did see one around here. And that's why it's radioactive here. Yeah, you're stuck in the level geometry. I'll have to wait till you can show yourself better to be easier to kill. One more wall. I'm more concerned with the grid than the exact elevations. Okay, so now that the grid's here, transport, drone port. Let's put it right on the edge of the floor. Now we're gonna have to run power up here. It's going to unwedge itself eventually. Okay, so let's... just run a little bit of power down here. That's already filled up. That's kind of a long one, but we'll make it work for now. And now let's set up the outgoing ports. This can be pretty long. Although I did allude to possibly doing some of our sorting at that level, so let's maybe do that. Let's get back on our ladder. This is on the grid that we want, so let's extend this. Cut out the ones that are off kilter. Yes, I know the ladder doesn't match. That's okay. All right. And let's bring that down to this level. Are we in a good position for a hovercraft at this point? Yes, now that we've run power up here, we can use that. So, let's keep going with smart splitters. Say that the center gets overflow and the left side gets computers. And after that, the next splitter, leave him a little room. Oh, that's a regular splitter. I need a smart splitter. Center again gets overflow, and the left gets crystal oscillators. For now, those should be the only things coming in. And we're going to need to send them both down that way. Okay, computers here. You know what? Let's rearrange this. First of all, we're not going to need this anymore. This... feel like is a little... Yeah, let's move this over a little bit. Or at least, we're gonna have other things to do with casings later. We might need to rearrange this at some point, but for now... let's move those into that input. Which input you put them in really doesn't matter, as long as everything is going in. That will be crystal oscillators. These will be computers. And this drone port is the aluminum zone. There's a drone at the electronics zone, and we're going to set it to come here. Now, if we check the map, hopefully we should see that drone taking off. It takes a little while for it to... Yep, there it goes. It's moving. Here it comes. I don't know what its cruising altitude is. And drone speed does scale with what kind of fuel you give it. Here it comes. And we should see incoming stuff in a moment. Yep. Now it's got nothing to pick up here, so it's just gonna go home. But there's all our new stuff. And now this machine is working again. Check that out. So the drone can't carry much at once, but we don't need all that many oscillators and computers at once. Just a few for what we're making. So there we go. Oh, that feels good to finally get accomplished. I'm gonna take these off because they're unnecessary. These are unnecessary too. Whew, all right. Well, can't rest on our laurels. What are some other new things that we need to be able to make? That's right. Batteries. We're already making supercomputers. In order to make the next thing for our... Oh, my screen is acting up. Give me a sec. I think I'm gonna need a new video cable. Alright. It does behoove us to find some sulfur and start using it. So in order to make, say, batteries, which is another thing we need aluminum casings for, we're going to need sulfuric acid. And for sulfuric acid, we're going to need sulfur, which should surprise nobody. Sit. And there's some sulfur over there. We must have gone looking for that at some point. Speaking of supercomputers, was I actually saving those? I need to double check that, actually, because we need those also for nuclear power. You know what? I think that drone is just now taking off. At some point we could try riding on it. For now, let's take our nice safe Explorer. And with any luck, now that the drone port is there, hopefully we won't have to fight that spider again. Oh, need fuel. Thank you. I'm just gonna drive this over here because once I'm here, I can just hop on this conveyor belt. Whee! There goes the drone. Okay, you're making supercomputers. Those are getting split into a box, but we're not getting very many of them. Because we're not getting nearly enough computers. What's our power situation like? We're starting to run up against it. Especially since it looks like we've still got some issues in the fuel area from that curve. So I don't want to throw too many more things in. Let's drop off another helping of cable while we're at it. There we go. And we have unlocked turbo fuel. That also needs compacted coal. Plus fuel. Okay. So. Let's go to the fuel area and see what's around there. Alright, what's the deal here? Probably another story of the last one in line not getting enough. Yep. Sometimes it runs out. This is maxed out. It's not taking any more than it needs, and it's at a pretty low production rate, so I think we just need to start producing more fuel and or start moving to turbo fuel. Impure and normal. Okay, well this sulfur would get turned into compacted coal. Where's coal near here? Oh, not far away. Alright, well let's do that then. There's another thing we can do, and that is to make better use of the polymer resin that comes out of these refineries. Because if we make fuel just to make fuel, directly out of crude oil, rather than making it out of residue, then we get all this polymer resin, which could be made into plastic and rubber. But we're mostly just getting rid of it because we don't really need all that fabric right now. So we may want to retool that as well. That's our first production line. These refineries can't even use all the... We don't even have enough heavy oil residue to manage both of these. So let's retool this a little bit. You can just make fuel. On this side, we're going to need a conveyor belt. You're still getting enough, you're fine. Okay, we're gonna need to produce fuel either way, so. Let's actually build that radar tower. Should go in a high place if we can. Let's put it up here. All right, that shows us a big chunk of the map and all the stuff on it without having to scan for it manually. We've got geysers over there. We knew about those. We've got... It shows us where the claimed ones are. Oh, there's crude oil over there, as well as what we've got right here. Interesting. We could have gone through this way. So we can see the sulfur over there, the coal over there. There's no coal any closer to here than that, so we'll just make use of that, I think. Can I do anything with this? Not really. I can just see where it is. Okay, but it's kind of past the geyser then. So let's make sure we can build 4 miners. I can't do anything with the geysers yet, I don't think. I think that we were getting close to that. There's a MAM over here, isn't there? Let's check. That is a crafting bench. That is not a MAM. We can build geothermal generators. And we could put 2 of them on those 2 geysers. And we're making high-speed connectors now. All right, let's start with those, actually. That would be more fun. That would be a more fun thing to start with. And it would get us moving in the right direction. These are really cool. Bonk. Those are crystal oscillators. Those are AI limiters. These are high-speed connectors. Let's see, I need motors. I don't really need to be carrying all these rotors and stators with me. Oh, all right. I have them in my depot. I just need more than 1 stack's worth. Okay. Alright. I want my jetpack. And the geysers are right over here. Remember when we found these and I was all excited and how beautiful and someday useful they were? Well, now it's all going to make sense. You have to build the geothermal generator right on top of the geyser. I don't think it much matters which direction it goes, but the power connection's in this direction, so I'll put it like... Where's the other one? I think it's over there. All right. Buddy, you are so not scary anymore. So there's the geothermal generator sitting on top of the geyser. The amount of power it generates will fluctuate back and forth. It's not connected to anything right now. So let's connect it to something. Liam Clan, hello! You are just in time to see us set up our first geothermal generators. There's one over there, and there's space for another one over there once I get these flying crabs out of the way. Come on. Oh, all right. Oh. There's another one. Yeah, they're just so... they're just kind of a reward for getting that deep down the research tree, really. You know, let's get rid of these two while we're at it. Like here, you've done this much research, have a free power source. You found out you can stealth those pods? Besides just sniping them from a distance? We had a very interesting fight with a stinger earlier today. Oh, if you crouch up to them, they don't spawn bugs. That makes sense. Ah, check that out. I actually got them all. We had an infuriating fight with a stinger a while back today, which involved kind of getting it stuck on some geometry, I think, more than anything. There we go. And we'll put this here. Hook this up. Yeah, the big ones are legit creepy. I still don't play with arachnophobia mode on, just because honestly, I prefer to see the thing's real hitbox. Even if it is creepy. Alright, let's put a big platform out here. That's kind of far. Yeah, they need to be taken seriously at all levels. Let's see. All this is... Can I run this? Yes. Is that actually connected to anything, though? Yes, okay, that is connected to our grid. So now you can see here, here are our new geothermal generators. And their power production fluctuates up and down. But we don't have to do anything else. We don't have to put more fuel in or anything. And sulfur is somewhere past these. Yeah, I always end up using cheese strats on stingers. Bring an explorer or some other vehicle along and just hide in it whenever they get too close. Homing rifle ammo, that would also be good. We haven't unlocked that yet. Still using my trusty rebar gun. Oh, here it is. That was suspiciously simple. Productive Packer Deluxe. Okay, when we get back to base, I'll put in a round of that. Okay, there's the sulfur. That's running, but I need to decide where I actually want to combine it with the coal. The coal is... It's all the way down there. That's fine and all. I mean, I'm certainly tapping coal in other places, but they're not close to our fuel setup. And this has got some pure nodes. Normal, pure. What's this one? A lot of pure ones. Okay, so we could keep going that way. Oh, it's not even far away from that SAM ore we found earlier. Okay. Well, we know where we're going then. I think I left my explorer over here. Yeah, Ada has not been happy for the past month and a half or so with all the fix-it stuff the Fixmas stuff happening. She's certainly getting chummy with the aliens, though. Okay, so here's the SAM ore that we're honestly not doing much of anything with at this point. That's right, this is just along the path that we always take to get to the aluminum area. Okay, I'm gonna have a bit of a stretch here. That's right, I keep going past those. I guess it's finally time to make use of them. And we could just do another conveyor belt of doom setup. I'm not opposed to that. Because it's a bit hilly for ground vehicles. At least the big chunky ones. There's that hard drive. Yeah, we're coming right up on it. I have not made any hypertube cannons. In fact, haven't really done anything with hypertubes in this playthrough at all. Which is funny, because in my early access one, that was kind of how I did long distance transportation. Was I had just massive conveyor belts strung everywhere. I didn't do very much with vehicles at all. And once I was tired of running back and forth between two bases, I would put in the hypertube and just Futurama myself back and forth. Which is fun in its way. But it means a lot of laying down hypertubes. Alright, well, here's coal. Pure nodes at that. At least one. I know the others are as well. let's see. That's right. I brought materials for way more of these than I needed. That's fine. Now I do have power running out this way. Now, speaking of scary creatures, I'm doing a slightly dangerous thing by exploring around at night. There. Hearing noises. Guess now that this miner is here, those hogs probably won't respawn. Didn't mean to take out the foliage as well. Oh well. Oh, there's you as well. Oh. Kind of a lot of trouble to go through for a blue slug, but oh well. He's gonna sit there and taunt me otherwise. There's more coal by the lake. And there's our mine. Okay. So now I get to decide where to make compacted coal, and really the compacted coal is just to make into turbo fuel, so I guess we'll just take it most of the way back to the oil area and go from there. Maybe that can be a basement project. Do have that on a hotkey, but no, let's not use straight building in the open wild. Another reason the Futurama tubes were a little ridiculous, at least the way I did them, was that I always wanted to have them on the top of the conveyor stack. Just because I'd have a better view while I was traveling. It was a lot more fun. But that meant every time I wanted to put something on the conveyor stack, I would have to move it up by 1 as well, which was kind of an excessive amount of work. Too long. Very well. I guess this is essentially giving myself the signposts I always wanted. I know about cannons. I'm just not really inclined to use them. Now I just know at some point I'm going to be sending 2 things along this path, probably. Maybe just when we intersect with the sulfur. Speaking of which, where are we? Not there yet is the answer. In fact... You've been working on roads and using Mark 6 belts as pavements to carry you around on foot? Yeah, those are fun too. I have a few Mark 5 belts in places that make them convenient for that sort of thing, but not quite enough for a whole network. Okay, yes. Let's cut the conveyor belt through here. It'll be a little shorter. Surface is too uneven. You're building like a single pole. What's your problem? Oh, no, don't need that. What I need... Oh, I can totally make label signs. This is great. Can I... put it here. That's a small sign. Square sign? Big sign? No, I need like a massive sign. Like a road sign. Like a big old arrow. Don't crash into that. Be nice to it. You're sparkly. Ooh, I leave footprints. That's cute. Oh, it's because it's limestone. Alright, well I don't need limestone right now. Need to unlock billboards. Yeah, I haven't checked the shop in a while. Too steep. Oh! Why, what's this? Another slug. And then ignore them every time you see them. Yeah, there's that. Okay, let's get rid of that. I like clearing out all the boulders just so that I don't see one later and I'm like, ooh, a boulder, and then, oh no, I already opened this path. Thank you for the slug. Just a little passageway. Well, that was cute. Okay, well, let's bring it right to the edge here. Put this down here. No spirals necessary because it's a nice sheer cliff. There's the sulfur. We can actually see it over there. But civilization is this way. Yeah, so you just know I'm gonna add limestone to this ridiculous setup at some point. Let's not leave my explorer too far behind. Where'd I put it? I actually don't need the to-do list anymore. That can go. Oh. Edit the to-do list. Take those off. I have a bad habit of leaving things on the list there and then they stay on the screen forever and ever, and I don't notice them, but I'm sure other people do. Okay, and now we're coming to the fuel area, so let's get this set up right at the edge here and then do the same with our sulfur. And we can just follow the power lines. Kind of fun having the geothermal plant so close to where I'm doing other things. In my first playthrough, I started in the grasslands, and the first geothermal vents I found, really the only ones during that playthrough, were just kind of far away from everything. So I went and found them and tapped them, but I didn't see them ever unless I went out of my way to. I guess it makes sense there'd be sulfur next to a geyser. One should expect that. What's this? This must be from when I was climbing all over the place earlier. Hello, Zero Goblin Warrior. Well, this is Satisfactory, and it definitely lives up to its name. Oh! I'm running out of aluminum for these conveyor belts. I need to wait till it fills up hammer space again. Alright. Well, while it's doing that, we can plan out where we're going. Especially since from here on, it looks like we're going to merge these belts. Well, not merge, but stack them up. And I can put... Refineries are kind of tall. I'm not sure that I'd want to put them in the basement, but I can put them on this side. So we're basically building gigantic series of factories to produce all kinds of things that our corporate overlords want us to send up that space elevator. Let's see. We're going to need, first of all, what we're doing right now is bringing turbofuel into our production setup. We're going to need compacted coal. We're going to need to make those in assemblers, and that we can do... We'll just do on this level on this side. That should be okay. We'll just set that up here. Give ourselves space to add a little more. Yes, I have room for this. So how's it going, Zero Goblin Warrior? I seem to recall seeing you in Slipstream Cruise. Let's see, we will need splitters. They're gonna come in from this direction. This can be the beginning of the line. I want to leave them enough space to branch out nicely. So we'll just line them up like so. The problem is that's going to run into rocks if I keep doing it this way. But we can kind of snake them around if we need more, or move them over that way. I think I'll have enough room if I move this a little closer. And we'll want another one on top. Oh, okay. I must have remembered wrong then. Not sure what Slipstream is. All right. But hang in there. Boycotting meta and learning how to live forward with keeping in touch with people you care about, and cooking has been a nice distraction. Well, that is That sounds like... Sounds like things are good enough. Trying to learn Mandarin. Ooh, very cool. I did study that for a while in college. Never got... and went to China for a few months. Never got really good at it, but it definitely has both its challenges and its fun points. Okay, now the big question is, will this branch off properly from the downstairs one? Yes, it will. This one will go from upstairs. Excellent. Hopefully we have enough aluminum now to continue our belt. Yeah, that's better. So I was studying traditional Chinese medicine, actually. There was a program that my college did over there, and I didn't really continue in that subject after college at all. It was kind of a phase of my being interested in it, really. But there was that, and got to do some sightseeing. Went to Xi'an. It was kind of before the 2008 Olympics, and so people were just crazy hyped about it. They had like countdown clocks all over the place. And interesting, this counts as an alternate recipe. I don't feel like I got as much of my time. I don't feel like I got as much of out of my time there as I could have, but I could say that about a lot of college, so definitely an experience. I really want to upgrade this power pole, but it might be bugged, so I'm gonna save the game and see what happens. And let's try replacing it with the Mark III instead of 2 and see what happens. It works. You started learning about natural healing in high school. You grew up with a single mom who was disabled, so different healing modalities are your special interest. Cool. Definitely fascinating stuff. Okay. Now I'm kind of thinking I might... The wall power connectors are really cool, but it means you have to know where you want your walls to be. And at this point, I have no idea how this whole area is going to expand out, so that's not a call I can really make right now. How did you get rotated? Okay. Hole this way. Sulfur that way. Wow, and somehow these never turned into a conveyor stack. Okay, so on this side... Wow, we're just filling in this entire cannon, aren't we? Canyon. I think I actually want to send these elsewhere. Because turbofuel, eventually, it's loud over here, I'm gonna move. Turbofuel eventually should be taking over as the fuel that goes into fuel-powered generators. And potentially as all the fuel that we actually use. And the fuel's being made over there. So let's do things a little differently. Fuel's coming this way. There's still not quite enough for this last machine. But I'm not going to worry about it too much because we're about to change how we do things entirely. Here's the fuel line. Let's decide where I want a line of refineries. I don't want to go that way because that would be right on top of the crude oil. I could just move over the power plants. I feel like that's an option. Why am I still using the jetpack? I should be switching to the hovercraft. Okay. So let's look at what we've got over here. Things are getting more complicated. Thus far, we've had fuel coming out from these refineries that goes into the power plants. That's fine. And the polymer resin we're just kind of getting rid of. We've got a stockpile of fabric, and that's it. which we could be making better use of. That's another refinery. It's kind of off by itself. This is water. Yeah, I think this needs to be handled differently. I think it's time for another save. And in fact, I need a quick bio break, so I'm going to be back in a few minutes. Okay, we should be back. There we go. So, as long as we're still sinking all this resin into the sink, I don't have to worry about rearranging this part. So, this splitter is like some of the first smart splitting we actually did. Let's take this part out for a sec. We know that water is still coming up through that pipe there, which is a little bit offset and strange from the other pipes. But that's okay. It's not like it needs to connect at the same place that other pipes do, so it's all right. Oh no, that needs to actually go in. Let's make this a... Let's just make this one-way path for now. Let's get rid of this first generator and the pipe that leads to it. Yes, hello. I'm good to be back. Okay, so at this point, we have a couple things that we want. We want refineries to make turbo fuel, but we also want refineries to deal with this polymer resin. I don't think this needs to be all the way over here. Let's leave some space for other stuff to come in, though. Let's make sure... Yes, we'll be able to line things up for a long way here. Let's just make sure that our power situation is okay. The last one in line should be getting more fuel at this point, plus we've got the geothermal power coming in, so we should be all right. So this... let's put another smart splitter here. Center output is resin. Right output also resin, but the left overflow. This let's start off by making fabric as before. And we will need water for that. And we'll branch it off here. Actually, no. The water needs to come up through here in order to branch. I can't branch this vertically, so let's actually put this water pipe here. This is going to look slightly ridiculous no matter how I do it. So if I put another refinery in line with this one... Oh yeah, that's slightly offset and I don't like it. New plan. Since I'm not actually using this water for anything right now, I'm safe to take this out and move it over just slightly. Here's another floor hole. That can be in line with this. And now to connect it properly, I'll need to go down here. And sure, let's set this up too. And this can make residual plastic. And at this point, aha, okay, yes, that's what I want to do. Step one for these things is, I don't have hammer space depots yet for plastic and rubber. But I can add them all the way over here and not disturb what I've got going on over there. And I can do it for fabric too. And it can all be in one nice little zone. That's great. But for now, we'll just have these here. Because as long as the overflow is here, these don't actually need to be here yet. What we do need we'll probably rearrange this later, but let's start making turbo fuel. You know, I didn't need that. Redundancy might be good later. But for turbo fuel, we need fuel and we need compacted coal, so. Step 1. This pipe. So, fuel. This pipe needs to be ever so slightly adjusted. I'm about to give myself problems. Quick, set this back up again. Crisis averted. So there's that pipeline, and now we need our compacted coal. That could come in from here, and we could send it up from the floor, which would be kind of amazing, actually. Yay, problems. Yay, averted problems. I would not want the fuel supply in those generators to run out because I'd cut off the pipe. That would be really bad. You know what? Let's set a couple more of these in. No, we're gonna need that space to snake lines through, so we're only gonna need one more of these. There's the merger. This isn't even doing anything yet, but that's okay. That's mostly just to make sure that I'm saving space for it if I need it. Let's put a floor hole here. Actually, no. Let's put it right there. Okay. That's going through the floor there. Now, let's bring it back up through the floor over here. And in fact, let's go ahead and put it right at the beginning of this whole line. Yes. There are some things that'll look a little less out of place later if I do them this way. Because this is a plane splitter. That's fine. I'm not actually going to use all of these. But I'm stacking them for purposes of organization. Oh, really? You like straight better. Okay. This goes here. If we put this on the same level as the splitter. There. Now we can come up through the other floor. Well, the same floor, but the other hole. And there it is. Conveyor belt is too long. You're gonna want ceiling supports, aren't you? I haven't bought those yet. Let's fix that. Here's my coupons. Did I put an awesome shop over here? I did not. Let's add one. Let's see. Management conveyor ceiling mount. There we go.
Shopping is an essential human experience, enriching both the economy and human lives since the invention of society. Congratulations, you live in a society.
Okay. Oh, billboard set. There's the billboards and more signs. We'll buy the billboards. There's lighting. Foundation materials. Let's get concrete. There's some more interesting foundation sets, some walls, door walls, steel framed windows. Those are kind of nice. Windows, catwalks. Oh, the pillar sets are fun. We can just buy some of that stuff if we want. Let's just buy these. Okay, now we have ceiling mounts. Let's see. The publisher does sell real Fix-It coffee mugs, yes. Ah, that doesn't quite go far enough. Let's add another one. This is the most elaborate I've ever gotten with ceiling mounts. I think it's the first time I've ever used them. But now this can start making turbo fuel. Which means we need to collect it on the other side, and we need to honestly overhaul a lot of what's over here. And we could just put another line of generators here, to be honest. It's not a terrible idea. This needs to go, though. That's not even really acknowledging that it's in line. I don't think... Well, it might let me run a pipeline through a box. Let's see if it lets me do it. It does! Alright. Maybe waiting till it's connected to something, so... That's producing 250 megawatts. Versus the regular fuel-powered one, also producing 250 megawatts. But the turbo fuel burns more slowly. Excuse me. Of course, if I keep putting in more refineries, I'm just going to have to move these again, so we'll just keep that there as a proof of concept for now. As for these, let's do something like what I did in my first factory in early access. First of all, this awesome sink needs to get moved over just a little bit, so it isn't blocking that other stuff. It still needs to be there. Now, as for these... Let's put down a couple dimensional depots. Oh, I ran out of SAM fluctuators. Okay, that's all right. That's not what I need. I need it to be this way. And I actually want this farther back from that pipeline. So now I'm gonna start having plastic and hammer space. And the rest of it can get merged back into the plastic pipeline. Of course, I need to decide exactly where I want it to come in. This splitter is already doing quite a lot of work. But since I'm not going to need this stockpile anymore, let's kind of do what I did with the copper wire. There's going to be a lot of overflow, though. Maybe just let it sit for now. And at some point, I might want to be packaging turbo fuel instead of the regular stuff. So let's go back and check on our main base. Let's see how things are doing. We can get in our round of the Tetris-y style game. Where's my explorer? I left it somewhere, didn't I? It's all the way over there. In addition to mugs, I think it's heroic replicas that they partnered with to make replicas of the build gun and the Xeno Basher and some other actual physical handheld items from this game. Maybe I do need some lights down here. Okay, I'd call it the main base, but we're getting so branched out that I guess it still qualifies as that. We're making loads of quick wire over here. The electronics area is down this way. Or up this way. Oh, I should check on the truck stop. Okay, fuel is running at a deficit, so we do need to turn production of that back up. Whoop. Especially since the drone is probably using a fair amount of it per trip, even though it's only bringing small amounts of anything. It's not the most efficient thing, it's just convenient. Where are my supercomputers? Are they here? They're here. Nowhere near enough of them, though. We're always going to want more computers. And I need to make sure that I'm not overflowing on them or something in the aluminum area, because that would be unfortunate. Loads of rubber. We are not overflowing on plastic, that's for sure. So we can definitely merge in that extra. Cable. Okay. Productive Packard Deluxe. I was supposed to see that. There we go. Page wasn't updating. Okay. Well, let's see. I haven't gotten any stars on level 3 yet, so let's give it a try. This is somewhat Tetris-like. This is interesting wedge I've gotten myself into. That was terrible. Thousand points on the nose. Got a star. All right, that was pretty short. I'll do one more. I'll check this off, but I'll do one more. Dry hands, need to take care of those. Okay. All right, let's try this one. That one was pretty good. Don't feel like I'm doing as well with this one. Don't have another one of those. That was a panic move, but I'm not gonna have much left to do with this anyway. Okay. Alright. Well, that was fun. Hey, that was excellent. What should we do now? What's some useless stuff I'm carrying? Polymer resin. At some point, I need to just set up a bunch of stuff, kind of like I did with the biofuel, to just process any kind of meat we happen to pick up. Speaking of which, I'm carrying a lot of leaves and wood. That's still fine. We have used some of that lately, just because we've been expending a little more power than we're making sometimes. Speaking of which, how's our power situation? Fairly good. Let's see what happens if I add a somber sloop to the computer machine. You need 4 of them to get the full effect. Oh, you're not getting enough plastic anymore because you're using it so fast. Okay. All right. So the real solution is more plastic. That sounds familiar. That sounds like the same issue I had in my first factory. Fine. That didn't seem like too bad of a hill, but there it is. I keep abusing that poor thing, and after it was so helpful that one time. Okay. You know what? Turbofuel might be an even better use of our packager here. Let's get this plastic sent off first. Let's not do it any faster than anything else that's currently happening. This is temporary, so I don't mind if it looks ridiculous. But turbofuel would be more efficient for the same amount of plastic that we'd be using to package it. Let's turn this back up a little bit, but let's plan on changing how we do things. Oh, I never picked up more of those things for the depot. That's okay. We can handle that later. It's not like we need that for the turbo fuel. How are you doing? You're making more than that generator's using. Oh! We can use this plastic for it. Beautiful. Okay. Yes. Perfect. Right. In that case... this is gonna need a splitter for its own stuff. Yes. Let's assume that we're going to have another depot there. It's the same size as a regular storage container, so we'll just leave it there as a placeholder for now. That's the awesome sink. That's the packager and unpackager. So let's put in another packager and unpackager. Well, it's called the packager, but it does both. Set it over here. There is room to move this around if we need to. Oh, actually, we can't just put this here. We first need to put in the constructor to turn the plastic into containers. We'll move that functionality over here. It'll be a little more tucked away. Empty canister. That can go into the packager. Pipeline junction. Should go there. That is not quite straight. This will make packaged turbo fuel as soon as it actually gets some turbo fuel, which it's now getting. It's probably going to need another pump like the other one because this is a slight uphill. Yeah. Plenty of fuel there, but you need a pump. Okay, let's set you to 50%. We're actually getting a decent supply of plastic here. And let's start switching over to using turbo fuel. Actually, no, not quite yet. Let's let you produce for a while. How's our plastic situation? That's emptying out. This is probably getting as much plastic as it can handle. That was an odd bit of pathing. You okay, truck? Because you've been getting stuck on some waypoints or something. Not that there's much I could do about it. Whee! Okay, how's this doing? We have plastic again. Now the circuit boards are the issue. You're making circuit boards. You're making circuit boards. You just need to make them faster. Or I need to build more machines. I did leave a little more space for that. And we seem to have plenty of copper sheets. So that's not the issue. Wow, I've tried to do a 2-layer stack here, but didn't. Huh, this is wacky. I feel like I want to redo this. Yeah, this is slightly silly. And yet... this is also slightly silly. No, you know what? There's a better way for me to do this. There's a conveyor wall. Step 1 is that the plastic should go into one of these. It can come up here. Second is that the copper can come into this one. Come in this way. And honestly, I could pull all of this forward a little bit. Yeah, I think I want to do that. I'm messing this up, but that's okay. This is why I have all those buffers, so that I don't lose stuff if I interrupt production like this for a little while. There's copper. Copper needs to go in on the left and plastic on the right. Set these up the same way I do others. And plastic on top just because. Oh, that was one reason why. We can do that as a loop. It's doing the right thing, right? Yeah, there's plastic. And we'll hook up this other one in the same way. You cut up some fresh kabocha squash today and steamed it to prepare tempura. Came out like a better French fry. That does sound good. I'm not usually a squash fan, but then I've never had it fried like that. Okay. That's copper sheets. I need to remember that. Oh, I don't like this. Okay. I remember needing a lot of circuit boards. Let's see. More splitters. That will do. I may have to move around some other things. Oh, that's a mess. But you know what? We can work with this. We can even uncross those later if we need to. Oh no, I don't want it to look like that. For these, I want default. That will be plastic. And you will make circuit boards. Oh dear. That's not lined up at all. This is ridiculous. How shall I fix this? I'm pretty sure I don't need to store that many circuit boards. Let's go get some more of those SAM thingies and I can start to make more depots. got such a huge stack of those things that it never occurred to me I was running out of them. Which ironically means that we're going all the way back to Christmas Town, or at least adjacent to it. Honestly, I could stand to put these in their own depot. Now, why is this not running? Oh, you just get reanimated Sam slowly, which is totally fine. Because it's not like we need this stuff in any large quantity. Whee! I do remember this being an issue. I remember needing, like, infinite quantities of plastic at any given time, simply because circuit boards used so much of it. Let me get my bearings here. Okay, that's the drone port. We've got a couple computers. Crystal oscillators are being made slowly. Okay, now as for circuit boards, I'm pretty sure we don't need huge quantities of those. So let's start rearranging from this end. Splitter. You can go in there. Okay, that's a good supply of that for now. However... Okay, we'll make this a merger. Problem is, this doesn't mean that we're necessarily going to get a lot of circuit boards getting turned into computers, because now they're getting split off into these other places. Now, high-speed connectors use circuit boards. We need more we need computers more than we need high-speed connectors, though. But we also need circuit boards over here for the adaptive control units. We don't need huge numbers of these, though. I'm gonna turn down the speed of these. Okay, new plan. Let's merge them all in this direction and then start splitting them off in a different direction. Now that's there. Let's put a splitter here. Ironically, that actually looks better. That may need another splitter, because we gotta send stuff elsewhere. This also needs circuit boards. So let's assume that we're going to have to split these off again. All these other machines currently aren't using circuit boards quite as fast, so having more of them go into making computers is a good thing. And we're not currently stockpiling any more of them. But we kind of don't need to. And for now, at least, we're getting enough plastic. Take this away. We seem to have a ridiculous surplus of rubber. Plastic is getting pulled out almost as fast as it goes in. Not quite, though. We're definitely moving our stockpile back here and using it. The copper sheets are finally getting used pretty quickly. There's room for us to make more if we need to. Maybe I should just go ahead and set that up. You're just overlapping with the power pole. I choose not to be bothered. This might bother me, though. No, that's fine. Let's... I've gone and tangled these up. And now we need a merger. That's a splitter. Alright, there's that, and there's the last of our copper wire, which is gone. So let's get rid of this mess. What's down here? There. Well, this may or may not be an ample supply of plastic in the long run. We'll see how it goes. What are our current bottlenecks? Copper sheets might be one. We'll keep an eye on that. Cable is one. We just started to address that. We certainly don't need that much overclocking if we're not getting enough cable. We've got 32 supercomputers. Oh, but now that our power situation is troubled again. All right, let's go take a look. There's my vehicle. And down. Kind of a lot of load rebalancing today. Never mind running into the hog, just jump right over it. Well, then run into a different one. All right, what's going on? Now, I'm pretty sure this, yes, that's backed up right now. So, supplies of turbo fuel should not be anyone's issue. If anything, you're getting too much fuel. How's the one at the far end doing? Yeah, the one at the end is struggling. The two at the ends are struggling. You're making 18 3/4 per minute. Two power plants would burn less than that. Let's replace another one. Pipeline goes here. So my hope is that we're able to run the two of these and not have any issues here. Now that also assumes that this is backed up, and we can't make that assumption forever. But since we're here, and since we have depot items now, let's load those in. As for these, there's nothing I'm making in mass production that needs fabric. I think I'm just going to feed this into the awesome sink. And it's going to be ugly for a while, but we'll just live with it. Because it won't be forever. However, I will need to put a merger here. That makes this a garbage can too. Alright, so now we have depots for plastic and fabric. I want to set one up for rubber, which means kind of moving some things over. I'm probably going to have to rearrange a lot of this power stuff. We're not breaking our setup anymore, but I think we are going to need to increase production a bit, and I would like to make better use of this plastic. So now that this is emptied out, yeah, that's fine. We're going to do the same thing for rubber eventually. I probably want to convert to turbo fuel at the same time, ultimately, but for now we can be messy. Let's split off. Another plastic conveyor. This is going to be roughing it for a little bit. And for now, we'll just merge it in there. The other thing I want to do I really have only one machine making rubber? I think I do. That's making plastic. All these are making plastic. I only have one machine making rubber, and it's still making more than I need. Okay. Maybe I can get away with it just being made from resin. But we can do that later. At this point, probably have relatively little polymer getting sunk. Okay, there's going to be a little bit. But a decent amount of it's going into plastic. Okay, and this is all finished. Pulls left. There's that. Okay. That looks less ridiculous. Okay, so at some point, this will probably just turn into a thing for making rubber. Just to line it up nicely with the other things. We'll probably shift Turbofuel down a little bit. I'll probably put more power plants farther down that way. But it would be nice to shift to using Turbofuel for all our portable fuel stuff, because that's a little more efficient. Before we finish up, though, let's head back to the aluminum area to check on a couple things. One is just to make sure that we're not overflowing on any of those advanced items that we're bringing. And also to make sure none of those scary creatures have come back. You're not scary, I just don't want to run into you. Need some lights down here. Explore, behave thyself. And now I've actually got some lights to follow. They came back. One miner was not sufficient to keep them away. That's very interesting. That does not bode well for our stinger. I didn't quite mean to take that out on you, but I did anyway. I'm only slightly sorry. Let's see. I hear footsteps. I don't hear skittering. We are backed up on oscillators. But only barely so. You're fine. Nothing's off kilter here. But we should prepare for it to be, potentially. Or at least make sure things are rebalanced. Give ourselves a place to store things that aren't needed. I don't have a sink up here yet. And these things are a little valuable to be just chucking into a sink. I know the computers aren't going to be going that way, though. So maybe I don't have to mind too much. Is our drone on its way? Oh! That's funny. The drone also fills in the map. Just for its flight path area. Okay, well, let's try something. First of all, let's see what comes in here. I love how its headlight kind of blinks there. Okay. This is possibly ill-advised. But I've heard it's possible. Oh, walking on this thing is very risky. Whoa. This is also risky. Okay. I've ended up somewhere entirely different than expected. Where in the world am I? Answer: somewhere along that flight path. Okay, let's see if I can get myself safely out of here. Oh, nuclear hogs. Lovely. This would be a swamp. At this point, I want to go north. I could just revert to the save, but I'm curious now. Oh, sulfur. Look at that. This will be guarded. I feel like I've been this way before. Yeah, I've been out here. I think I have. Yes. Or at least something close to it. I do not want to play with you critters right now. Alright, I could just revert to the save, but I think I am clear enough on where I am that I can just get back home. If I can manage to go west... Oh, check this out. Cleared that out. Nah, let's not play with creatures. Let's... I'm getting way off track here. I guess we're just finishing up with a little explore. There's some coal over here. I see something interesting over there. I think that's a drop pod. It's something guarded by hatchers. A heavy guard on just some coal nodes. Cave network. Not gonna go in there. Okay, I'm pretty much due west of home now. I'll take a little time for a Mercer Sphere, why not?
Lap at our shores. When will you land?
Harmonized event. The void arms and void metals and desecrated temples follow a mythic melody.
Oh, you understand.
The tapestry unraveled, revealed its texture. Your veins weave familiar patterns. Your vessels grow organs and eyes and mouths, and ripples lap against our windows.
Was it intentional?
All that is shallow shall sing our deep song, and when the windows break the void shall be a metal grave.
Well, that's strange and ominous. I seem to have left the Explorer behind somewhere at the aluminum area, but that's okay. We had an adventure. And I got an achievement for achieving a high speed of travel. There's the drone port. It's getting a few computers. How's our supercomputer stash? Still only at 35. I need to make sure that we're getting computers at all. Just one last... Yeah, we're getting them, just not very quickly. And it looks like plastic has become the limiting reagent again, so we need to scale things up, as always. But we got a lot done today, so I'll call this the real end of the session. And that'll be it for me today, but let's see who's around to raid. Let's see. Okay, well, Two Legit City is also playing Satisfactory, and says in the title that it's a fresh start, and I can see from the thumbnail that they've got really only very basic machines to work with, so if you're interested in seeing what this looks like kind of more from the beginning, then we can raid over there. Another thing you can do if you want to see what this looks like more from the beginning is Make sure this works. I have this whole playthrough on YouTube. Lots of big long videos of building the entire thing. Also, there's a tour there of my early access factory, so you can see the conveyor belt of doom, including the Futurama tube on top of it. It works really nicely for giving tours, actually. So that's there. And so I will raid you over to Two Legit City. And, oh, I will not be streaming this coming Sunday. Other stuff is happening. But I'll be around during the week for Slipstream as usual, and I'll see you the Sunday after that. So, see you later. And thank you all so much for joining me, and I'll see you next time.